Why, hello there. We are back. I don't know which video that we are currently on, but regardless, we are here. I have progressed a lot of stuff so far recently. So it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of stuff for us to get around to. Right here, I finished this trash, so we're gonna fight these dudes. But yeah, you know, I've been going through this playthrough. I have kind of come around on... I don't remember what was the last moment of this playthrough. The one thing I do know, or do remember, is that nothing. Yeah, pretty much nothing. Yeah, I totally forget. Yeah. But anyways, let's check this out. We lost one unit, but that's fine. I don't know. I know that I was definitely weaker. And since then, I've done a bunch of combats. So, let's see what's up. It's funny, I've been hearing people say that they think that YouTube is letting up on censorship on a lot of topics. No, they're not. Not even close. YouTube has come after me for saying homosexual dog trash. I said in a video, I was playing, and I was like, it was literally one of these combat encounters, and I was like, all right, let's do this homosexual dog trash. And YouTube came after me for that. And nearly, they gave me a strike over that. It's BS, but YouTube is ran by a bunch of retard liberals who all happen to be brown. So there's that. I don't know why they didn't use that buff immediately, but okay. Good damage. He is ethereal. Ooh, yeah, that insta-kill. That hurts. But that was a good alpha strike. We were doing a lot of damage with my skirmishers. I don't think skirmishers do as much damage as they used to. The shade skirmishers. I think that they've done everything they can in their power to really nerf skirmisher units because they're clearly so overpowered. For the longest time, I mean, like Stormbringers, holy crap, they were super strong. And then they nerfed them super hard. Same thing with Shades. Shades are still really good. Really solid units all around, but they made them weaker. Look at that though. Look at the damage my support unit just did. I realize that they really want you to use battle mages and support units now. They did everything in their power to really buff up magical damage, and I feel it. I mean, look at that damage. It's more than the skirmishers now. Isn't that crazy? It has less status effects. That's one thing to notice. But who knows how much that matters. I wish I could give a class reassignment to my heroes, but I can't. Good damage. That revive is actually really good. Brings a unit that's undead back to life. And then they fight for you. That's a good way of bringing more units onto the field. Even if I can kill the unit pretty fast. Takes up my attack actions. Waste of a spell, but okay. Nice damage. I'm finding it's getting more difficult to make weapons I actually want to build. Magical materials have just simply become so difficult to muster. Really. Okay, that's really good. So the damage on your shades can still stack pretty high. So when it stacks, it's really powerful. Yeah, I gotta build a lot of items. We have not gotten around to that. Pretty good so far though. Seems like they are negating a lot of the negative status effect, negative morale effects. The damage isn't terrible. Exactly. Interesting that... Oh, wow. Yeah. That actually works out. You know, sometimes I actually wonder to myself if gaming is going to get better. I don't think it is. I think it's pretty screwed at this point. Honestly. A lot of unique ideas are just not present anymore. Also, what's interesting to me is that my channel, honestly, I'm just not really getting any views anymore. YouTube refuses to grant me... Oh, what is this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yup. YouTube is not giving me... Oh yeah, those are artifacts. Yeah, and I can grab all of them too. I forgot about that. Yeah, YouTube is refusing to give me impressions on these videos recently. So there was a point in time, once upon a time, that a lot of these Age of Wonders videos, they used to get views. You know, people are still interested in this game, but YouTube has really chosen to just choke out my channel. So I don't know what I think about it. I forget in what video I spoke about this, but I'm kind of coming around to the conclusion that perhaps I just give up. You know, I've done a lot of videos. I've been doing my channel for a long time. And it's really just getting to the point that I feel like I'm not getting anywhere with all of this. And if that's the case, then I don't find this to be really worth it. And I guess we're kind of getting to the point that, you know, it's like, I'm not going to be the faggot that YouTube wants me to be. I'm not going to be that guy. So I refuse to bend the knee to their politics. I refuse to speak the way that they want me to speak. I refuse to be a Democrat. So I guess I'm going down with the ship. That's what it seems like to me. they really want me to be lame and gay, and I'm not gonna oblige that. I refuse it, so that comes with the cost, I guess, of never being able to build a channel. It's what it looks like to me. It's not fun. I put a lot of work into this channel, both of my channels, and they were really good. My content's good. The things I've had to say in my videos were really good, and we had a lot of great times. Now, it's so funny because whenever you get talking about stuff like this, your hater leftists, they love to come out of the woodworks and be like, yeah, well, you see, people like you you're just not very likable. You're never gonna grow an audience because you're not like me. You're not a leftist. It just becomes a self-confirming bias situation for these leftist freaks. Whenever someone like me is like, well, seems like things are not working out, and there's nothing I can do about it, and I refuse to bend the knee and change. Because I know there's nothing wrong with me. And I know what I am about, and I know that I speak the truth, but leftist freaks at YouTube, they want no other reality than for you to bend the knee. And I refuse. So it's just weird because, like, I realize that you can say the truth, and there's a certain type of person out there that no matter the truth spoken or said, they will cope and do everything in their power to conceive of a truth and a reality which does not exist. Oh, it's because you're not likable. Oh, it's because this. Oh, it's because that. Oh, it's because you're a bigot. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. They just find every way until Sunday to make up reality onto you. And it's just amazing to me how you can say the truth. You can say something that is blatantly what something is. You say something that is by objective, deductive conclusion, it's correct. But then they're going to do everything in their power to make stuff up, right? To insert their conclusions onto you and your situation. It's just one of the number one things that pisses me off more than anything are people who sit there and they desperately seek out to enforce a delusional conclusion that in no way is correct, but it makes them feel good, right? Effectively propaganda. And they'll stop at nothing until their propaganda has taken hold. I hate people like this. I don't like them whatsoever. They are propagandists. They are the literal embodiment, the psychological representation of propaganda. And they piss off every YouTuber known to man. It's not just me. I've come to realize that a lot of people hate these types of viewers. And I think what's even more funny about these types of people is that no YouTuber likes you. Everybody hates you. You are chronic haters of a platform. You run around just to cause misery upon everybody else and say, oh, well, clearly you're a bigot and clearly you're wrong and I'm right about everything because my politics, I'm a bootlicker, and my politics, it follows the ethics of the left, and therefore my premise is far more sensible than yours. This is the way they think, this is how they believe things to be, and they will beat you over the head about this until you just bend the knee and you give up trying to make sense. And you give in to them making no sense. This is how they are. These are freaks, and they're nothing less or more. So, well, actually they are something less than it, but anyway. That's where I find myself with all of it. It is very frustrating, but I realize that nobody likes these people. Everybody is pissed off by them. Everybody's annoyed by these people. These people are outcasts to everyone. And it's just unfortunate because they end up in your algorithm. They end up sharing their mind when you don't want to hear from them. These are retards. These are idiots. These are people who don't know any better than their own ignorance. And they so desperately try to do everything in their power to seem right, to seem correct, to seem sensible, logical, conclusive. And they are the absolute antithesis of all that. These are people that live their entire existence being wrong, and they will do everything in their power to fabricate an existence of being correct. I despise these types of people. I don't like them whatsoever, and nobody likes them. And so they end up being these happenstance kind of vagabonds, I guess, of internet platforms where nobody wants to hear from them. Nobody likes them. It is funny though for me. I get quite often, I get these faggots coming into my comment section telling me that and I've seen this now happen for a lot of right-wing people. You have these faggots who like to roll on in, and they like to sit there and say, "Oh, you're so annoying. Oh, I can't stand people like you. Oh, it's guys like you that are just, ugh." You guys are unbearable. And it's like, that's interesting because leftists are actually the people that no one can stand, no one can bear. But it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you say. It's just the fact that your politics is different from them. But it's so interesting to me because, like, what's so annoying about these people is that you want to believe to yourself, you know, whenever you read what these retards have to think and say, you want to believe, or you think of them like yourself. You think that they're like you because it's words on a screen. You're reading some idiot and what they think about you, and you're like, well, you kind of do this weird thing where you translate their thoughts as if it's you speaking. It's this weird brainwashing, passive brainwashing that takes place on the spot. And what you don't so much realize is like, oh wait, these are idiots. Oh wait, these are people who are stupid. They're dumber than me. They're uglier than me. There's everything that's wrong with these people. But it doesn't matter what you think, what you say. They presume that they have the power. They presume that they have the authority, the frame of mind to control in a conversation because they're the commenter and you're the YouTuber. And especially when you're a small channel, they like to take all the advantage they can make out of you being small. And they like to assume because you're desperate for viewers, because you're small, anyone that's small, they're all desperate for viewers. Because you're desperate for viewers, you're just going to accept whatever I think and say about you, bigot. You're going to bend over and I'm going to say that you shouldn't have these politics. You shouldn't think in this, that, and the other way. And you should follow my politics, clearly. That's what a rational person would do. They would follow my politics. So they try to pressure people into their ideological beliefs like the little rats that they are, and simply because they don't have any other way of influencing or convincing people. So they end up trying to pressure you, make you feel bad, and think that, oh, I need to be more amendable to some freaking idiot like this. That's what you end up thinking. It happens to be incorrect, but that is the way it goes. So obviously these people, they're just annoying. And something I've slowly learned recently is that they annoy all of us. nobody likes them. It amazes me, however, the hubris these people have. And it's like, if you know everything, everyone's such a great YouTuber, except for me, then why are you not watching them? It's so interesting that these people have so much to say, that everyone is so much more gifted and talented at making content. Clearly, you would be anywhere but here. In a sensible world that totally exists every moment of your existence, but for some reason you just stumbled onto a random loser bigot's channel that's not any fun to listen to, right? These people live by cognitive dissonance. That's their entire existence. They don't know what saying the truth looks like and what it means. And if they did, they would shut up. But they don't know any better, and they never will, because they are them. And everyone else is not them. And so they seethe and they cope their entire existence, hoping to God that they can moralize and pressure other people into their crappy politics, their demonic politics, just so that they can feel good about themselves. I hate these people. I don't like these people. These people annoy me. They bother me. And I wish that they would all just focus on each other. You're a bunch of freaking leftist rat losers. And no part of me likes you. It's interesting that they cannot just simply figure this out. So, by the way, I think that the AI is supposed to be clearing out these armies. I think. I don't know. Doing a lot of unnecessary movements with the units. Oh, I never took that out. Ah, that's unfortunate. Oh. This was not finished. You know, when I first started this channel, and I guess a lot of people kind of think this way. Something fascinating I find that leftists are doing lately is that they're just trying to bully and harass and shame right-wingers out of right-wing politics. Leftists are doing everything in their desperate power to make right-wingers feel stupid for being anti-woke. Oh, are you guys seriously still on about that stuff? Oh my gosh, you can't be serious. Oh, it's so cute, bro. You're still talking about wokeness? It is the appeal to triviality / absurdity, something that the left has been doing for years. You know, with the right wing winning the culture war for the last multiple years, and it's still a battle that's going to be going on for a while, I always knew that the left was going to do something desperate to try and fathom anything close to a victory. One of those desperate attempts has been and is going to continue to be the left. We're going to do this, by the way. Is the left just trying to make fun of right-wingers until right-wingers feel like a parody of themselves for believing in what they believe. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to clown the term woke so that nobody wants to be anti-woke. Now the issue is that the left is clowned for truly what they are, and the truth is that what they are is wrong. So that's why they get clowned, because the truth aligns against them. However, right-wingers are being clowned for witnessing the truth. Hey, you're woke. Hey, being woke is stupid. Hey, you're a clown for being woke. How many? And I find it so painfully insulting by these pieces of filth that they take over entertainment. They take over our media. They literally infiltrate everything. We've seen this going on now for the last couple of years, more than the last decade, and we saw this in the height of all things, in the era of wokeness. We saw this catapult into something greater and greater, bigger and bigger. We got to this freaking ridiculous point of woke Hollywood, of woke gaming. How many products have come out? I covered so many last year. And then these people act like you're calling out something that doesn't exist, that it's some made-up boogeyman. And what it is that they see nothing wrong with their retarded, sycophantic politics, and they want you to bend the knee. And of course, YouTube plays ball by censoring anyone that feasibly pushes back. You know, I've realized that the biggest problem with gaming is really, it's down to the faggots. They're the problem with gaming. And YouTube has done everything they can to censor me for saying that. Well, for one, go fuck yourself. But then for two, they don't want you saying the truth. They don't want you calling out the problem, or else you won't have any reach for your message, which means effectively they cast your voice into a void, is what they do. So then what are you supposed to do? You don't have speech anymore. The purpose of freedom of speech is that someone else is hearing it. We don't have freedom of speech. So you can correctly diagnose what the issues are, but then they're just going to do everything in their power to make sure that they censor you so that you don't actually solve the problem. Regardless, I knew that this was coming, that the left were going to do something desperate to try and make it seem like they're correct and everyone else is wrong. I knew that was coming. And the desperate attempt wasn't a better argument, wasn't saying the truth, wasn't coming up with something legitimate. It wasn't, in some ways, to soften the blow of their erroneous nature and correct themselves or correct you. Logically speaking, they can't do that. They're incapable of it. So what do they do instead? Oh, you're full of it. Oh, you're so silly. And it's just, all they can do is gaslight. And all they can do is gaslight.
In the end, it shall be faith, not flesh, that begets eternal.
All they can do is gaslight and cope. That's all they can do. They have nothing else in their wheelhouse. They don't have logic on their side. We've known this forever. Now, of course, the issue is that they're going to do what they did in previous generations. That's simply what's going to happen. What the left does is they try to paint you as the antithesis of the truth. That is what the left has done historically. That's what they're going to do again, in order to win the culture war, because they can't actually win it. They have to make stuff up until they fabricate a victory. So they're going to sit there and do appeal to absurdity, appeal to irrationality, appeal to triviality. They're going to do all these things that they've historically done just so that they can paint themselves falsely as the truth. So effectively, they're going to cop on, as I've said many times in the past, I've spoken about this, they're going to cop on the image, the attitude, and the behavior of the truth so that they can dispel you and make you fathom the lie much more easily, much more readily. That's what they do. So what, we have 50%. This right here is, oh, I think I've been overcalculating that. So that's 70%. And then that's 80%. Right? Where was I getting the overcalculation? Because, so this is 30%. Yeah, so that's 80%. And then I guess this is 90. So we're missing 10%. Unfortunate. Whatever. I guess we're gonna hit pretty hard for majority of the time. So here's the thing, right? They can't be correct. They're always wrong. The issue with the left, however, is that they will do everything in their power to hijack absolutely everything and falsely proposition themselves to be correct. So we're going to find ourselves in a weird place before too long, where we're going to be having the same arguments, the same conversations. What does it mean to be a right-winger? What does it mean to be a leftist? We're going to have those conversations all over again. We're going to be going through this weird spell of amnesia. It's like, didn't we already debate this for like 2 decades already? Didn't we already do this, guys? We are seriously doing this again? We're seriously having questions about this again? How are we confused about something that we already determined? But again, this is the way that the left is. They're going to do absolutely everything in their power to falsely paint you as wrong and prop themselves up as correct. That's what they're going to do. I did forget that we were going to go down here. When I say that I hate these people, it's not even the beginning of what I truly think and feel. These people are the categorical archetype of evil, of the Luciferian dialect. They are Lucifer walking the earth. They are the great deceiver, made as a collective. So I guess they're not going to attack these guys here. Is he on top of something? Maybe. Kind of sucks. I feel like I don't have enough. I feel like I don't have enough armies to throw around everywhere. There's just too much space to fill out, you know? And like in some part, you're not meant to really get around to everything, but regardless, would be nice. Would be. Well, we healed a little bit, but obviously we can't do absolutely everything that I might want to do here. I can try to do this. Hit them with that a little bit. You know, it's weird for me because I made a lot of good videos throughout the time of my channel. I really did. I really did. And it pains me to think about Oh, we can't get down there? Oh, that's unfortunate. Dang. So it's tough to get down here. Huh. And what? Oh, no, no, no. It's not as difficult as it may seem. These are people who are perpetually wrong about everything that they talk about. And they will fight tooth and nail to make their delusions appear as your reality. There's no question as to why I despise these people. There's no question. Their entire existence is predicated. It is predicated on perpetuating a lie. To be something so foul is beyond reproach. Yeah, that's going to give me a lot more Imperium. The ruler statue is good for affording tier 4s and 5s if I want to bring them into my armies now. And there's some units, so the Oracle is a really good unit. I look forward to trying it out. But here's the thing that the left is ultimately about, because they will never just say what they are outright. And if they do, they have to cope, and they have to make stuff up, and they have to lie. They always have to lie. They can never say the truth. The left, ultimately, this is what they are, and this is what they're about. They ultimately wish to replace America and replace Americans with minorities. That's what they want to do with blacks and browns. That is their intent. They will stop at nothing until they succeed in replacing Americans. Specifically Americans, but it's just white people in general all across the globe. They will stop at nothing until they succeed in this. Their core goal is to undermine and subvert civilization. What they like to do when someone like me says what I'm saying, which is the truth, and this is how rotten these people are, is that they like to make fun of you for saying the exact things I've said. We have seen these things be true. We have seen that this is exactly what they are about. But yet they will do everything in their power to make fun of you for saying the truth. Well, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. And that's the only answer that you can give to these people. Now, what's funny is that these platforms, they want to censor you for that too. The only responsible response to anyone that is salacious, villainous in this way is to tell them to go fuck themselves. There's no other way to correct categorical evil. But again, they want to censor every avenue of solution that you have against their politics Oh, people acting like complete retard piece of trash clowns. Oh, you tell them to go fuck themselves. Oh, censored. Oh, faggots are overrunning gaming and movies and it's making everything worse. Censored. You're not allowed to say the truth. Because it's wrong to say the truth. Unacceptable. And this is where we end up now. Where now today, the truth seems so foreign to us. You know, so many people are enamored by chasing after solutions. Or, answers to questions that they never want to have answered. It is this strange pursuit of wisdom despite lacking all of it. You know, this is the biggest thing about leftists. They don't have the ability for self-awareness. They don't have the ability of introspection. They don't have the ability to look inward and correct themselves. They can't do it. This is where we end up in the rather torturous cycle of dealing with retard clowns that will be perpetually incorrect. They are incapable of fathoming the truth, and they will do everything in their power into perpetuity to believe exactly which is the antithesis to the truth. And that's what we have before ourselves with these people. In the end, though, effectively what they want to subvert America. They want to subvert Americans. They want to transform the country fundamentally, and they want to do this to all countries that are not black and brown. And they don't care about what the cost is. They don't care what the price is. They don't care what the aftermath becomes from all of this. They don't care. They don't care about the consequence of retarded beliefs and retarded ethics. They only care about virtue signaling and engaging in suicidal empathy. That is all they care for. I am glad that we are strong enough, by the way, at this point for running around with one army down here and taking out all these armies. Finally strong enough for these battles. There's no way, man. They don't want you saying the truth, or else you will stop them. And that's effectively what they don't like. You impede their momentum for them to thwart you, for them to eradicate you. But of course, simply speaking, with all this, the only true way to deal with these morons is just outright it's just live executions. It's the only way to solve these retards. The left is a villainous hive, and there is absolutely no way to solve this problem outside of just removing them from the population. they will stop at nothing until they have consumed the world whole with their disastrous politics, beliefs, policies, whatever. And effectively, I mean, what that means is that they will stop at nothing until they've effectively killed you. And they do it in every roundabout way possible, but ultimately, it is everything imaginable that they can do to bring an end to a peaceful, tranquil, and stable society. Because they think that absolute openness within civilization is what creates an efficient or effective society. And it's absolutely the contrary. So anyways, by the way, Mere Veil, really strong, I notice. But anyways, there's just no solution with these people. Absolutely no solution. They have to be removed from the population. Or else, of course, this ceaseless struggle against the left and all their idiocy and evil, it just continues on and on. But again, we're not supposed to see problems with them, the left. We're not supposed to see them for what they are. We're not supposed to admit the insanity, the destruction, the chaos, all the bad that comes with all of their ethics and all of their policies, everything that they do, and all the people it kills, the people who follow laws, the people who are actually valuable to society. They don't care about that. Because it's not virtuous in their eyes to actually stand with those who are deserving of civilization. They would rather side with the barbarians and turn them into noble savages. Ooh, that Mere Veil, wow. That's crazy that Mere Veil literally nuked me like that. So I think they buffed Mere Veil. I did not ever see it. You know what it is? I think they may have made it bypass resistance, although that would be retarded if they did that. It could be that I'm not focusing resistance in this build, and there's a bunch of resistance I don't have. But it could also be that they changed the damage numbers on Mere Veil, but it is very strong. Very strong. I'm noticing they effectively made it overpowered. Very interesting. But yeah, can amplify chaos, man. That's so powerful. So much damage. But anyway, man, we are at a point, a crossroads in all of this that I don't quite understand or know what to make of it. Something has to be done about the left. They have to finally be culled out for exactly what they are. And they need to deal with the consequences for everything that they've done. Everything. There's too much that the left has done collectively that for us to just stand by and tolerate the nonsense and tolerate the irrational dismantling of civilization itself, day in and day out, everything that they do. They must see an absolute consequence to this someday. Quite honestly, I cannot fathom how they go on day after day being so categorically evil, and how they can accept that onto themselves, how they are okay with it. I cannot even fathom the retardation, the perpetual retardation of the left. It is beyond me. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good here. But yeah, anyways, man, it's just, we have officially gotten to the point with all of this. The left is so tiring. Wait, so we have a one-handed spear now? We have short spears. And that's it. We have a short spear right here. What does that come with? It's a short spear. Does that have charge resistance? Can I do charge resistant spear with shields? That would be really cool. All right, so where are we at? Do I want to do one of these weapons? I'm thinking I might. I could get execute, but I don't see enough liberals in this game. Haha. I guess Retaliator can be pretty nice. I don't know. I guess that's a nice little added. Well, Whirlwind is actually a pretty good one. That does really good group damage. Obviously, I guess I'm not building it. This is what's nice about the passive on the Giant. Giving yourself an extra point slot, but it doesn't mean as much as you might want to think it does, so whatevs. Man, these turns are taking a while, are they not? I don't exactly know what I should be building here. I can grab this. That'll make things a little bit cheaper. Clearly important to put on Vision Polis. So let's have this guy. Alright, we're gonna do... Yep. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Alright. So just protecting these guys, and then Bit guy. What's a longbow? That's a different unit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. But that is the thing about the left, is that some people really should just shut up and not bother everyone else. The people, their superiors. Everyone above them. Many of these people should really just shut up and allow their superiors to do all the talking. Well, it's interesting that this never got dug up. It does amaze me, though, with the left. There's absolutely nothing that you can ever say that will ever be correct in their eyes. There's absolutely nothing that your words can suffice for at all. Despite the fact that they are so wrong, there's no ability to actually correct them or to convince them. There's just no ability for any of it. Okay. Well, it's been a long time since I've ever even had to worry about... Well, I mean, this is the first time actually that I've had to worry at all that my army would get attacked like this. Dang, that is an intense battle. I'm hoping they didn't actually take out my units. Interesting that it's taking so long. Wow. Yeah, that is a serious combat. That's really good. Dang. Yeah, those are good units, so it makes sense. They were probably having a huge slugfest in there. just in case, you know, I have not had any issues with crashing, but yeah, let's watch the replay just a tad bit. Ah, yep, that too. I wish I had precognition. So this guy has the Naga transformation. Interesting. I never use that. It's good damage, but they're definitely taking it. I've done a lot more in this playthrough to make my units really tanky. No, to do a lot of damage, actually. I actually neglected my tankiness for once. Which is quite unusual. I typically really like to focus on tankiness. And I think that throughout this playthrough, I've kind of come around on the fact that tankiness is still the best way to go. Look at that. Jeez, that should not do that much damage. Yeah, being unkillable is a bigger deal. You know, the other thing I noticed is that the Eternal One buff does not actually work, which really sucks. It eradicates any desirability on the glass cannon builds. I think being a glass cannon is cool, but sadly it just doesn't work the way that I want it. Well, sorry, it doesn't work. I wish it would work. Decent damage. It's not that great though. They don't have enough kills or stacks of anything to actually do a lot of damage yet. So they're definitely doing more damage than I am, but they also probably have more. I'm gonna guess they have more resistance and defense. That's not too powerful. On my hero, that could be higher damage. It's not. Yeah, I understand why this took so long. There's a lot that was going on here. So, is my hero going to come back? Oh yeah, it got focused out. Let's see what happens. So is my hero coming back? Would be nice. It does seem like we are somewhat tanky here. Could be worse. Really good damage. Wow. Man, that's some damage. One of the other interesting things I noticed with a lot of these lefties is it's how desperate they are. Like, they will throw so many accusations at their enemy. just hoping that something sticks. I have never seen a type of person that is so obsessed with throwing endless barrages of accusations other than a leftist. Leftists are just, they're seething and they're desperate to call anything and anyone for being just anything that they can fathomably detail as wrong and unethical. They do everything in their power to paint you as an enemy, as some kind of weird villain. And they will run through as many accusations as they possibly can. It is pathetic behavior. Interesting. Dang, man, these guys can really take damage. Holy crap. But so can I. I'm also doing pretty alright. Interestingly, it's actually difficult for them to do a lot of damage to me, I notice. I'm not sure what that's tied to. Yeah, it's so weird. Oh, maybe I have a bunch of like spirit resistance, fire resistance. That makes sense. Like, I didn't really go for resistance, but I went for a bunch of the other resistances. So it must be that they're trying to do a lot of magical against me and it's not working. For that one reason. Yeah, noticeably they're having a hard time breaking through. Oh, and they're also getting a lot of misfortune applied. I forgot about that. So, yeah, they have a lot of... Oh, and weakening, right? I also apply weakening, so... Yeah, there's a lot that's really enfeebling them, so that everything they do just barely hurts. Yeah, the Spellblade is silly and cutesy to play with, but nah. The Spellblade is inferior to Death Knights and Warriors. Without a doubt. Yeah, they're running away. That's crazy, that battle. So I never saw my hero pick back up. So this build is not doing what I wanted it to do. The only thing that this build is doing that I intended it for was... I wanted this build to do a lot of damage with my heroes. So at least we're doing that. But that's it. That's the only thing that's happening. Everything else is a complete mess. You know, I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but by this point in time, I really thought that I was going to have an audience. I really did think that was going to happen. Not even close. It never happened for me. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. So it's very strange because I guess I'm just kind of having to come down to terms with the fact that giving up is the best resolution. you know, on top of everything I say, shadow banning is very real. And I hate to admit it. I really do. It is something that I absolutely despise, but you know, it happened to my channel. And like the thing that for me that's so difficult about it is for the longest time I wanted to believe it wasn't as real and as pernicious as it feels like, or as it sounds like, as it appears to be. You know, there's a part of you that's like, oh, but I can storm through it. Oh, I can avoid it. Oh, you know, I can do all these things. And the truth is no, you're not going to, and you can't. You know? This is something which will haunt you. Really? Okay. I knew it was going to be difficult, but nothing like that. Man, those Astra units, I'm learning that they're very powerful. Very difficult to fight. I don't know if the Fallen Angels, though, if they really hold up against them. Not so sure. So, anyways, I think some weird part of me is wondering if maybe this is the end of the channel, but if I'm coming up onto it, some part of it always feels like it is. So many times I've considered ending it all, but maybe this is finally the time, you know? Because right now, I sincerely don't see myself getting anywhere with this. Made too many videos, I poured my all into a lot of them. I pushed too hard, I went too far, and in the end, I came out with nothing. And it's like, how do you push this hard and you don't come out with anything? How do you try so hard and nothing is the results? You know, there's so many people who don't try as hard as I did, and it just went nowhere for me, so. And I ultimately stopped trying so hard, of course. That definitely happened. Rather quickly, I would say. After I was pushing for too long on all of this. Very unfortunate. I wonder if the supplemental income of the Sanctuary Outpost is really that worth it. I think it is. But at times, I always wonder if maybe there's something better. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay. Wait, does this heal me? No. No, it doesn't. So where does this go? Oh, that's really nice. I like that. Okay, so he pulled back. Got it. Yeah, we're just gonna wipe the floor on this guy and then check some other stuff out. You know, it does feel like that the AI puts up more of a fight than they used to. I do like that. You know, it's so sad too, because I know for a fact that I've only gotten better when it comes down to my channel. That's what makes it so troubling for me. when I think about how all of this just hasn't worked out in the end, right? But again, there was never anything truly wrong with my channel. The platform, though. They are one of censorship, and they will stop at nothing until censorship has been completely realized. Which I find to be very displeasuring. It's so weird, man, because like I look back on starting the channel and I always knew that it was going to go somewhere. And to see how much I've struggled when it comes down to my channel and the path that it was on, and then it got taken from right out beneath it. Just seeing all that happen, it's just, in the short term here, it's really messed with me quite perniciously. I never really expected to run into these exact problems, you know. I find it very odd. Gaining steadfast would actually be pretty good with this build. You know, I'm going for glass cannon, so this right here is more about tankiness, but these three right here are more about maximizing your damage. So I'm gonna do that. So I don't know, you know, I have a certain level of grief about all of this because I know that I should have built an audience, I should have built a channel, and it just never happened for me. And then there's the fact that nobody ever supported my channel as well. Nobody ever did that. You know, I was very loud and clear that I wrote a bunch of books so that I could solve wokeness and storytelling, and my entire audience just completely ignored me every time I said it. And it's like, okay, so you guys don't want a solution. All of you complain that everything's woke and dog trash, but apparently you don't care enough. Apparently, what you prefer is more wokeness. You don't care about the solutions that anyone is fighting for you to provide. And it's amazing because I lost so much money for doing that. I literally put my all into chasing something that lost me money. You know, I sacrificed myself for a group of guys who would never appreciate what I set out to do. My goals, my intentions, my plans, everything, you know. I set out to solve a problem that was never going to be appreciated. What is this? What does this do? Oh, it's one of those. Okay. it gives me such an extensive contempt for people. I have absolute contempt for so many people after all of this. You know, it's like I cared so much. I tried so hard. I offered so much. I did so much. I sacrificed everything. And instead of being appreciated, instead of being acknowledged for what I provide and what I offer, what I am, you know, I got ignored. It's very fascinating because I watched as a lot of my viewers, they clearly departed from my channel. I never heard from them again. And it's just like, okay. You know, it's like the loyalty of such people, it's so fleeting. It's more fleeting than wind. And absolutely fuck them, you know? Absolutely fuck them. And now I'm in a weird place where it's like, well, there's no future left to be had with any of this. And I guess it's over. It really does feel like this channel's just done. I mean, I make video after video and it just goes nowhere. And I say so much in my videos and I put my all into them. And it's just like, nobody acknowledges it. Nobody cares. I get barely any views. And you know, again, a lot of these people, they're very fleeting. They don't stick around for long with almost any channel. Every channel collects a bunch of dead subscribers, but I guess for me, it's like, well, getting shadow banned, you see just how much people don't stand by you and how they go off and they entertain with other people. You see the lack of loyalty. You see the lack of consideration that they have for everything that you do and everything that you've done. They just choose to not care. Oh, you know, you're really trying hard to provide a solution to a big problem that we're running into. Whatevs, dog. Screw you, oh, bruh. I guess. Okay. You know, all the money that I spent, all the resources, all the time, and the little appreciation I've ever received, how nobody's taken me serious on the things that I provide. And it's like, okay. I mean, like, what do people like you even expect? I mean, like, do you seriously just not expect anything to get better? Do you really expect that storytelling is going to be awful forever and that there should be no counter movement? Is that really what you believe? You know, the left, they only win because the right allows them to. And also they don't just exterminate every leftist that exists. But outside of that, the right truly does hand over victory after victory to the left. You cede so much ground. And for what? For what? You stand for nothing. You allow them to take everything. Everything. And then what? And then what? What are you left with? Nothing. There's always been this wishing, hopeful desire within me that maybe these people meant what they said. That they were honest about it, that they were real about it, that they actually stood by their words, that they lived by it, that it meant something to them. Yeah, we want things to improve and change. Yeah. And yes, we're going to give you an opportunity, a chance to prove yourself. No one has ever given me the chance, the opportunity to prove myself. I've forever just lived on throughout all this time, just fighting tooth and nail, just to be recognized. Just to be recognized. Maybe this guy is about what he says he's about. Maybe he really is who he says he is. Maybe. Never have I been given the opportunity to just prove myself. Nobody ever read my books. I wrote the best stories that have been written in this generation. The stuff I write, I'm like, holy crap, that was good. It's a crime that nobody else has read this yet. And then I release my books and I just can't get people to put aside the time to check out my work. And it's just like, okay, I mean, what are we supposed to do with this? Like, you literally have the next Tolkien in front of you. You have the next great storyteller of your time. And instead of taking them seriously, giving them an opportunity, giving them a chance, and just seeing what are they about, I have been ignored by everyone, everybody. To be so good at what you do, and then to be discarded so brazenly, it goes beyond offense, and it goes beyond evil. I try so hard. I've done everything. Everything. I gave it all. And to be disappointed such as this, time and time again, after everything I did, there is no feasible way that I was able to ever have a chance in any of this. It leaves me with the question, what was it all for? I guess you can't do anything about the problem. It's not even unfortunate. I mean, this is a catastrophe. This is a tragedy beyond imagination. It's so strange how hard I tried and how much people completely neglected me. How much I got ignored. How much I just got tossed to the sidelines. How many people just chose to look the other way. It goes beyond a point of knowing. It goes beyond a point of reason. I don't know what it actually takes to get anybody to read your effing books. I have done every strategy that no one else has ever come up with. I have done everything I can to think of ways to provide greater value to people beyond writing a good mother effing book, and nothing I've done has resulted in anything. How does that happen? How do you do a good job at the things that you do? You write an amazing book, and you can't even get people to check it out. And yet, I see so many people, they will throw away their time to pick up dog shit that's out there. People who suck at what they do. There is no leading indicator that these people are good at what they do. And they are given a chance. How does that happen? Without that being a sick and twisted game that's being played on you. I don't know, man. You know, it makes me realize and learn that there's no value in anything besides using people as much as you can. Use and abuse them as far as you are able to. The second that you can make a profit off of someone else, you do it as extensively as possible. They will never offer anything to you. And the only way to have truly rewarding interactions, rewarding...
To know one's destiny.
Oh, never
can
heard
be a
this.
blessing or a curse. Oracles ensure that the enemy foresee their downfall, and the ally their fortune, as divination stirs the future, hastening its course. Woe to those who mistake prophecies for mere words, for there is no greater power than destiny, determined to fulfill its promise.
Yeah, that's good writing. I like that. Anyway, man, I just realized you have to take advantage of people, and you have to use and abuse them as much as possible to get out of them what you want. Otherwise, you will never receive a single thing that you earnestly do everything in your power to do well by, to do good by, to provide true value, true substance. How did I go an entire year? I got the amount of views on my channel that I got, my multiple channels, and I said many times over, to an audience that I can only fathom was reducing over time. I said to a bunch of people who should have been a dedicated audience at some point in time, guys, I made the frickin' stuff. I made the things for you that are going to be the solution. And then ignored, and then ignored, and then ignored, and then ignored, and then ignored. No one gave me a chance. No one. What do you do with that? How are you supposed to operate around that? What are you supposed to do? I cannot even fathom to myself how hard I tried to bring everything that was good, everything that was of substance to other people. I did everything that I could imagine. And to be ignored so readily and so actively. How does that happen? I don't know how I have been ignored so extensively. I don't know how I have never built a legitimate audience. I don't know how. Apparently, I am so contemptible that nobody gives my books a chance. That apparently, my audience, any dedicated audience I ever had, they have left for a long time now. They have stopped paying attention to me, my content, and they never gave me a chance. Ever. I don't know how that happens. And the real question is, how does it happen? It's a real question for me. Am I really that despicable? And it has nothing to do with anything other than me just being me. That makes me so despicable that nobody would ever give me a chance. So, I tried so hard, and I couldn't get anywhere. There's no other way I would have done my channel. There's no other way that I would have gone about any of this. I did everything exactly the way that I intended it to be done. And the only problem is the fact that I guess people just don't want to like me. And it's just that simple. People want to hate me. Even though I don't do anything wrong. Even though there's every reason to the contrary that I should be going through what I'm going through. But, you know, I have been fucked over in so many ways. I cannot even begin to fucking fathom how often and how consistently that I have been fucked over. I don't know how this happens with absolutely everything I've ever done, but people just fucking hate me. It doesn't matter what I say, what I fucking do. I am fucking hated. Literally hated. So I guess it's over. It's really coming down to it because my channel's not growing and I'm always just sitting here watching how things are just not turning into anything for me. And I worked so hard. Providence never came my way. And in the end, you know, I did my channel the way that I wanted to do it. I hate the kind of content that people tell you to make. And you don't even have to make that kind of stuff. But it's like, people tell you to make the wrong kind of content. And that in making the wrong kind of content, that you should just chase after that bullshit. For what reason? I don't know. But you should just chase after making stupid shit. Apparently. For no good reason. You know, people are such snobs and they have this idea up in their head of what content should be. It's just because that they're high on their own supply. They're high on their own idea of what's right and wrong, what's good and what's not good. But they don't even know, you know, you prefer really stupid bull. What was that? Okay, awesome. Oh, I have no idea what that was. So, okay. Nah, you know what? Nah, I'm reverting that. I don't know what the heck it is that I just selected. I don't like that. Nope. You know, I've come to realize that I've always been hated for just simply being me. Simply being me. It is me being exactly who I am that gets me insane hatred. And it's by anyone I've ever known. You know, I've been shit on and I've been hated on. Okay, what the fuck, dude? I swear I fucking quick saved. Go fuck yourself. Jeez. Oh, fuck yourself. No matter what, I've always been hated by people, and I've never been able to do any fucking thing about it. And it's just like, okay. Like, for one, all of you go fucking kill yourselves. You fucking faggots. You fucking pieces of living goddamn shit. Fuck you. Fuck yourself. God damn, I fucking hate all you fucking people. Fucking living shit stains, man. All of these fucking people who act like they're better than me. And it's like, where's the fucking evidence of that shit? It's not existent. But it's like, there's so many fucking people that absolutely despise my ass. And I don't do anything. And it's just like, fuck you, bro. And it's like, okay. I love how that just happens. That's fucking cool. I just fucking breathe. And everyone sees a problem with me. So it's just like, I can't fucking win. I have done so many videos on this channel. Oh, what? Did I declare war? Oh, that's retarded. I think it's finally over, man. I think I fucking had it with this shit. And I don't know what that means for me, you know? Apparently being despised so actively, that's the only thing that I can know. And I don't get it. It makes no sense. But you know, people just don't want to like me. And like, I've even come down to the point where even with this video right now, I don't think anyone's listening, by the way. I don't think I have a fucking audience at all. I think that whatever could have ever existed once upon a time, I think it's completely gone. I am pretty sure that I am now at the point where I am speaking into a fucking void. I am pretty sure about that stupid shit. I am absolutely beside myself. I am lost for words. In some way, I have been demoralized. Even though I refute demoralization, regardless, I am currently undergoing the experience of demoralization. It's just so weird to me that, you know, if I was anybody else, I would have a channel by now. I would have an audience. And I know, I'm fucking shadow banned, but it's like, the few people that I did have, they're not here anymore. And what's that bullshit, you know? It's just, and nobody ever gave me a fucking chance. And it's just, there just comes a point where it's like, there's still the bullshit that has happened. There's still all the things that hasn't happened. There's still the reality that certain things should have occurred in certain ways and it never came. What the hell is that about? I just never had a chance. You know, I get shadow banned. And then on top of that, apparently I'm just so despicable that like the few people that I did fucking have, nobody gave me a fucking anything. And it's just like, okay. I can't do anything about any of that. And I think it's so fucking pathetic of the left. These little fucking faggot freaks. They sit there, they make fun of you. They say, oh, you're a loser. Oh, you're this, oh, you're that. They love saying that stupid shit. And it's like, okay, and yet you don't want to help me. You don't want to help me become a winner, whatever that means to your dumbass. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You don't want to help me. You just want to shit on me. So, I mean, what is it? So apparently it's beneath you that I'm a loser, according to you. But then you don't want to do anything to help me out. You don't want to do anything to make me a winner. You would rather put me down and that's it. Well, again, go fuck yourself. But, you know, outside of that, they want you to be a loser, and then they just want to fucking beat you up over it. These people, man. Pieces of living dog shit is all they are. And it amazes me how fucking rotten and evil these people are. You wish for nothing greater than to see the world burn. And anyone that wishes to stop it, you want to mock them. I can't even imagine that stupid shit. And there's so many of these fucking faggots that are like this. I don't know what to do with any of it, and I don't know what to do with myself. I literally have written, and I have right now, in the cooker, I've written the best stories known to this fucking generation. And of course, the issue with ever saying that is there's always the fucking retards out there that want to be a fucking contrarian. Clearly you're not the best writer ever or best storyteller ever of this generation. Clearly that's incorrect. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but they'll say that stupid shit just because they don't like someone saying that. And it's just like, who are these fucking petty ass people, man? How are there so many of these fucking fags? Literally. Where do they fucking spawn from? To be fucking living shit faces every day. I don't know where you find these fucking pieces of shit. I don't get it. It's beyond me. Absolutely everywhere, though. It just doesn't end. I mean, it's like, are there no genuine people left? That's my genuine question at this point. Are there no genuine people left? Because I'm really starting to believe that. Where are the genuine people? Where are the people who sit there and they want a good story? And they appreciate, I mean, like, everyone's just a fucking smart ass piece of shit. That's what everyone is. Oh, you did something earnest and you're trying to do it for the better of other people outside of yourself? Fuck you, bro. Haha. Is that really all we have left for people? Is that all we have fucking left in this generation? Is that why I'm having so many fucking issues and problems trying to fucking do something good for others? It just makes no fucking sense to me. It's like, how the fuck is this so fucking difficult? How? I cannot even begin to imagine why any of this is the way it is. It only comes down to this. There's no authentic, real people left. Everyone's a fucking jackass. And I guess we're living through an era of villains. I guess so. There's nothing redeeming me. There's nothing that can justify my existence, apparently, in some way. So many people just want to see me fail, and it's just like, what the fuck, man? There's something genuinely wrong with people. And I've spoken about this so many times before. You have these fucking retards. So many people want to act like that talking about what's right and wrong actually fucking matters. But yet, when they're given the opportunity to actually confer with what is good, they can't even bother with that. They're not interested. Oh, fuck you, bro. Fuck you. Why? No reason. Okay. So many people are simply pretentious shitwads. So many people. They don't care for anything. They don't care to be correct. They don't care for what's honest, earnest, and true. They don't care. They only care to gloat. They only care to pillory you, to make an effigy for the simple purpose of mocking their own sense of villainy. How are future generations supposed to solve any issues of today when they are not given the opportunity to do anything? I'm going to put it this way. How is the current generation supposed to make a purposeful, good impact on the future when they are not given the opportunity to even apply themselves whatsoever for the development of the future? What are you supposed to do? Are we just supposed to allow culture to decay? That no one should give a shit about any of this? That everything's bad now? Man, I think I fucking had it. I think it's enough for me. All of it. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to help you. And I mean nobody. These fucking faggots. None of them want to help you. They only want to ingratiate their egos, and that's fucking it. I mean, what the hell is that? You care for nothing but yourself. And you care for nothing but propping up your own self-fucking image. For fucking what? Like the fucking cunt you are. I hate so many of these people. There are so many people who have betrayed me. And these fucking pieces of living dog shit. If I were to ever forgive them, they would have to benefit me greatly in some way. And that's the only way I would have forgiveness. In the end, these people deserve to go fuck themselves in the fucking ass. Sadly, my channel is simply going nowhere. And what I set out to do will never reach to anything. I don't know how to fucking figure this shit out. I don't know what the fuck the fucking recipe, the magic little fucking formula is. I don't know. But I refuse to bend the knee. I refuse to do what other fucking dipshits tell you to do, and then it doesn't work, by the way. They tell you, oh, you gotta do things this way and that way, and then it doesn't work. It's like, oh, that's so nice. You told me to fucking waste my time with fucking bullshit, and it led to fucking nothing. Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna get right on that. You told me I need to go waste my time doing dog shit that doesn't even fucking pay. Fuck you. The amount of people who are so full of themselves, they're so up their own ass. I don't even know where you find these people. I don't even know how there's so many of them. I don't know where this comes from, but it's everywhere. Everyone's a fucking genius. Everyone's a fucking scholar. Everyone knows what makes a really great YouTube channel, for instance, or other things. But yet, when you do the fucking bullshit that they say for you to do, it doesn't lead anywhere. Go fuck yourself. All of these fucking people, man. If there were ever a day to come that I actually somehow fucking figure out this fucking bullshit that I've been fighting for years now, just trying to do the right thing, I don't know what I would do with myself if I finally made it. It's too fucking difficult to just do something that should just be given to you. I mean, what the hell is all this fucking hassle, man? You know, it's enough to bust your ass and make a really good book. And then all this other fucking goddamn bullshit fact that nobody wants to give you a fucking chance, the fact that you have to bend your ass backwards to fucking get anywhere, it is beyond nauseating. It's a genuine question. How the fuck is it so difficult just to accomplish simple fucking things? How is it so difficult? I mean, why is it that this shit is such an uphill battle? I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, let's just be honest. It's like trying to figure out the number of pi. It's this severely incalculable number, right? It just goes on and on. Leading to what very well for you is nothing. I don't know what to make of any of it. And it's so funny for me that I'm pretty sure that this video is going to get no views. I'm pretty sure that no one's going to really be just here listening to me. I don't think any of this exists, and I don't think any of it is real for me.
Gold, the king and queen of minerals.
I don't know, man.
All mortals
I don't know.
greedily and deeply delve into the ground.
I don't know. I am in such a place right now where it's just like, it feels like anything I've ever tried to do. I think I've mentioned it in a previous video, but it just honestly feels like, and it's so crazy to say this, but it feels like God is just trying to fucking stop me from anything that I do. And, you know, I don't even really think it's God, but I mean, like, it's so arbitrary how deeply I have struggled that it might as well just be God. It's God trying to just screw me over, and I don't know why. I can't even fathom what's going on. I mean, I tried to do absolutely everything the right way. I tried to be diligent. I literally applied myself in so many ways. And man, it just led to nothing. So, as I was saying earlier, I don't know what to do with myself in all of this. I don't know what to do with the fact that it's like, okay, you made a really great book, and if people would just read the fucking shit, and this is the issue, by the way, with these things, is that not everyone's gonna like what you made. It's just that simple. So it's really difficult, because it's like, the people who do give you a fucking chance, they might be the fucking group of snobs who don't like anything that's new. And this is the issue that's plagued people like Robert E. Howard, Tolkien, H.P. Lovecraft. There's a bunch of old artists, or prior artists, in more than one way, and they've all been hated by a certain group of people during their time. And it's just simply, it's the new cloth of a generation that comes by they give you a chance and they love the stuff that you made, and then it becomes a timeless classic, effectively speaking. It's so weird that like there is this nature to timeless classics where it is irrefutable that it's good, at the very least good, but like in the generation that it exists within, people are so stubborn and close-minded towards new works of fiction that very well can be very good, and they're so attached to prior ideas that this is the way that something has to be made or done, this is the way that a movie has to be, and there's no rules to any of this, but they want to make rules. So you end up having to defend your work against a freaking collection of bigots or snobs of your work. People who think they know better, and in no way do they tangibly or realistically or rightfully do know better. They don't. You end up in this really weird position that you have to deal with these people. You have to defend against these barbarians at creativity's gates, imagination's gates. And then once you fight past them, then you actually have a chance in some way, shape, or form to actually prove yourself in whatever it is that you've made. You know, the biggest thing I've ever wanted, I've just wanted a fucking chance, man. That's all I ever wanted. And it just amazes me how that has never been given to me. And it's never, I've never been able to even find my way into it. I don't even know what to think about that. Truly. It's so difficult because I cannot remove my convictions. I can't do it. I know that what I fight for and what I believe in is important, and I know it to be true. Storytelling matters, and telling great stories is enough to inspire future generations of men to seek to be more than themselves today. That is the point of every great story. And effectively, inherently, what it's doing is that it is passing down generational value. And it's in that passing down of generational value that you are composing all this meaning and substance. And it influences, it inspires the next generation, because you're passing down something that was significant from previous generations, previous men. There's no other way to save the soul and the spirit of a civilization than to have great stories. And the stories have to be new, because it's not enough to just have the same old stories. There's a purpose and a psychological reason to having new stories. It pains me that I am correct in everything that I am saying, but there's no fucking way. That I can even feasibly go anywhere with this. I don't know what to make with that. I mean, you know, giving up does not fix the problem. But fighting tooth and nail, like I have, I don't know. I don't know what to think about any of it. And one of the things that I've ultimately come down to, again, I have no idea if I even have an audience at this point. It's hilarious, but whatever. I just don't even know, like, what else can I even do? I don't think there's an alternative way to figure out any of this. Oh wait, this is a dry foot massager? Are you kidding me? Dang it. Whatever. Anyway, I mean, I don't know if I just need to change what I'm up to in all this sense of things, or I'm doing things the only way I can do it. I don't, you know, I can't become a movie director or a game director. I don't have those inside connections. I don't have that. So I just don't know what to do. It amazes me that so many talentless people, they can get into these roles and positions that they suck at. And then there's me just trying so desperately to just get... Yeah. There's really no words. I honestly think in some way that there's just no words to even tangelize the reality of all this. Man, we never grabbed this? That's crazy. I never got prescient circles. I'm pretty sure that's really good for defensibility. I've seen it work in the past, but I'm interested to see how it goes against the AI. Interesting. So we have the foot massager. I did not really intend to have this hero the way it is, but whatever. You know, in some weird, messed up way, I guess it feels good ranting about all this. I don't really know what purpose it serves, but it amazes me just thinking about the last year. Well, you know, plus now. Since the time I started, I put so much hard work and energy to see myself suffer so extensively, trying to succeed in all of this. It goes beyond the faintest imagination that I could have. You know, man, I just don't know. Where's this? Oh, I see. Wow, that took forever. Wow. It's just crazy to me how much work I put into everything, and then to see how far none of it went. Dang, man. It's rough. It's rough. It is beyond tragic. I legitimately wondered to myself if there will ever come a day that I actually get anywhere with all this. I feel like that in perpetuity I will struggle quite extensively. I don't really think that there's any light at the end of the tunnel. I think that everything I've applied myself to when it comes down to all this stuff, it just seems like it doesn't mean anything in the end, and I don't think that this is going anywhere. It's far too difficult for me to grow my channel. I don't know, man. I can only think of one other way. You know, I've heard some people talk about the fact that no matter what you do, you just need to guarantee that you've gotten yourself to 1,000 subscribers. And once you do that, that's when things actually start to look up for you. Because they put limitations on your channel until you reach 1,000 subscribers. Which is you also getting monetized, which, I don't know, man. Again, I mean, I would have to stop being me. I would literally have to stop being me to get to 1K subs. In order to get past censorship, and just anything else that can stand in your way. I mean, I would have to literally stop being me. Literally. I would have to completely shut down my personality. And by the way, I have recorded videos doing that before. I did not like it. I did not like it. Shoot, man. I don't know what to do. I don't know anymore. Oh, man. So how long would I have to completely suppress my real self so that eventually I could actually build an audience? How long would that have to be? I don't know. What is this again? This is in proximity to conduits. Jeez. Well, that's rough. I don't know where is a good spot. Maybe here? Oof, this has access to more. Yeah, so right here is best. So, it might be the final hoorah of everything that I'm doing here. If I can finally turn oil into water, and I can actually get somewhere with all this stuff. Maybe. It's a huge maybe, but the only thing I can think of is just suppress who I actually am. Try to build off of that. And then, and just try to get monetized. Until then, it's gonna be too much of a uphill battle. I've been battling this trash out, man. It's been too much. This whole time. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. I don't know. I don't know what it looks like to pursue after this. But that's the only way I can imagine the future. I am forced. Man, I've never gotten a gold ancient wonder, really? Dang. It might just be it, man. I guess I'm gonna have to really struggle hard to just get myself. I'm gonna have to completely shut down, I guess. I don't know how I do that with my content. I don't know, man. Oh dear God. The amount of dancing I'm gonna have to do. Oh man, that's gonna be difficult. That is going to be so difficult. I don't even know. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. How much would I have to change myself to even be able to build a channel so that I can at least actually get monetized and all that? How much would I have to suppress myself? God, it's so fucking retarded that we have to do this. And if I don't do it, then I just never grow. And I forever just languish as a dead channel that is shadow banned and doesn't have the ability to grow like it used to. Oh dear God, I guess I'm gonna have to do it though. It's gonna be the final attempt for me at everything. I just really don't know, but yeah, we're just gonna have to do it, I guess. I'm gonna have to try and see what happens when I suppress myself, who I really am, and just see what happens. I guess that's it. I guess that's what I have to do. It's gonna be weird for me. It is very alien. It entirely goes against myself and who I am, but I don't really have a choice anymore, you know? It will seriously be my final, last-ditch attempt. And after that, we're just going to see what happens, honestly. I have no idea what's going to happen after that. I don't like it. I don't like having to be that way. Suppress myself and all that, but if it's the only way that maybe I can build an audience and then maybe I can actually start getting my freaking books out to people, then it's like, I guess I'm forced. Oh man. Well, I guess we're gonna see what happens then, aren't we? I'm gonna give it a try, and we'll just see what happens, I suppose. Oh, what? How's that not getting it? Whatever, man. Unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. But, alright, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I am never getting anywhere like this. I barely get any views. I barely get any growth. I have no future on this channel. It's been completely shut down. My impressions are so shot. I'm gonna check it right now. I mean, I've grown so used to dead impressions. You know, I get more subscribers nowadays than I used to, but it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, my impressions are so massively down. from what it used to be. What a tragedy. Absolutely brutal. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. But I guess I can say this. I don't have a channel. I don't have an audience. I really have nothing. So I mean, realistically speaking, yeah, I don't know the exact way I'm gonna go about it, but I'll figure it out. Man, it's gonna be weird. But there's no other way. There's no other way to break past what's going on here. And my issue is like, how big do I have to wait to grow? You know, if I can get past shadow banning, how far am I willing to grow before I get shadow banned again? It's a genuine question. How long am I willing to be someone that I'm not? And then by the time that I finally get past shadow banning and I can actually grow like I used to, I mean, then what, you know? Is it like at 300,000 subscribers, I say, okay, screw it, I'm just gonna be myself now. I can get shadow banned, blah, 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 who cares? Is that when I do it? Is that when I resolve this outcome? It would make me happy if I could actually sell my books. It would make me really happy. Then I would be getting people actually reading at some points, and then I could actually build up an audience, and then I could actually get somewhere with this freaking crap. Then I don't need to freaking rage all the time about this freaking nonsense. And I don't know. I don't know if there's a... Again, I seriously doubt that there's any light at the end of the tunnel. Anything at the end of this rainbow. I don't think that there's anything really for me. It feels like there's not, but... Man, if I could just freaking figure this stupid crap out and actually get somewhere with all this and actually start working towards what I made the channel for in the first place. That's all I want, you know? So, I guess we're gonna start trying. I hate to bend the knee, but this is where we're at. Yeah. Sadly. Yeah. Oh man, I cannot wait to see how this works in combat. Keeper's Mark is also really good. I want to see these units. Oh, okay, whatever. I never got Desolations of Magic. That is so crazy. I don't even know what to make of that. That is just insane. How much is this again? Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's what we're gonna have to do then. And I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how it's gonna really play out, but I'm gonna have to massively suppress myself and figure out what does that mean? Where does it lead? No idea, no clue, but I have to try. I have to try to push past shadow banning. Yeah, sadly. It's the last ditch effort, man. Interesting, so nobody's down here. Oh, and we have this. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where all the golden... Are there... Where's some... Oh wait, there's golden lair? Oh, it needs to be bound? Wait a second, wait, bound like this? Hold on a minute. Let me check that. Perhaps I have been incorrect. So it wants me to bind the Ancient Wonder? Is that what it wants? I don't know which one, but I'll have to check that out. I love how I am not even min-maxing. I should be doing this. That's a mistake. Let's go down here. Scholar. It's better. You know, the thing that really upsets me is admitting that shadow banning exists. I just wish it was something we didn't have to worry about, that we didn't have to bother with. I wish it wasn't real, but you know, man, it wrecks you hard. Shadow banning is just built to destroy channels and keep you from ever finding any growth, and ultimately to demoralize you and make you wish to give up. That is the purpose. And they really did just, they narrowed it down to a science of how do we get these guys to just, you know, different, how do we get a YouTuber to just give up? Algorithmically, how do we get them to algorithmically give up? How do we get them to just cave in and figure that this isn't worth it and just stop what they're doing, and that it's just choke the feed? It's all you got to do. And you've got people like me, it's because of what I believe in that I'm doing that I refuse to give up. Because I know what the end result is, and I know what the larger picture of everything is for. For many other people, of course you would give up when there's no purpose in everything that you're doing. Of course you wouldn't fully apply yourself. If you don't know the reason why for what you're doing, then you're just gonna move on. You know, we really do not have enough knowledge. I could really have a lot more of it. It's kind of tough, though, at some point to get a lot of knowledge, but there are ways that I have not been able to tap into. Isn't this guy healing? Yes. Well, I've done a lot of thinking about it, I suppose, throughout all this time, since the beginning of the shadow banning. It still amazes me that people say it doesn't exist. It's just like the biggest thing is not whether or not shadow banning is real. It's whether or not it actually has as much power as you may fear that it has. And, you know, there's a lot of information I've been coming down to recently, and it just seems like shadow banning truly is as impactful. Love of God, I need more water, but it appears that it's as impactful as it is intended to be. And so, you know, if you want to get screwed royally on repeat for a very prolonged period of time, well, you allow yourself to get shadow banned, and then you deal with the bull crap for as long as you are willing to accept. And again, man, you know, it's just like I've been coming down to a lot more information. I already did the study, the 9-hour study I read regarding shadow banning and censorship and the fact that left-wingers are not censored. I already know all that information. I read a study on it that goes into huge detail on the issue, but you know, man, there's just such a part of me that wanted to believe that shadow banning doesn't wreck you. There's such a big part of me that was like, you can get over this. Just stick to your guns, be authentic, be real, be genuine. Your ethics, your principles are going to win out in the end over anything else. Being real and being true, being earnest and honest, being countercultural, all of that is going to eventually work you up into where you intend to be. I sincerely believed that the authenticity, the genuinity, I thought it was going to matter. And I thought that it was going to speak for itself, but man, I look at everything as it's happened. I look at how I've been defeated time and time again, and just how much shadow banning has destroyed my channel. I look at it all, and I'm really just getting to the point like, you know what? Maybe it really is as formidable as it is designed to be. And there truly is no other way around it. I'm really starting to believe that. I think I'm seeing it. I think after all this time and all this struggle, shadow banning does exactly as it's intended to do, and that is to just shut you up, number one, defeat you, number two, and force you, no matter who you are, to give up. If you don't have a voice and you can't make an impact through anything that you think or say, the only way to go is to give up. That is what anybody would do, and that's what everyone ends up doing when you don't have the ability to fight. The only thing you can do in the end is give up. You know, I think the only crazy thing I can say about all this is that I really did not give up though for such a long time. I mean, where a lot of other people would have given up, man, I stuck through it. Absolutely insane. Yeah, that's worth watching. Let's see how quickly my hero died and whether or not they actually revive. At some point, I'm gonna be using the Titans and all that. Okay, so they're buffing each other, healing each other a lot. You have no idea though. Oh, come on. Dang it, man. Okay. You have no idea. Absolutely zero idea what my channel felt like before the shadow banning. Absolutely no idea. It was something else back then. It really was. It was fun. It was exciting. I came up with videos and I was getting views. I was building an audience. But, you know, I don't think that anything that I went through was necessary. And I don't think any of it had a purpose or a point. But what I have endured ultimately has taught me a lesson, as much as that lesson doesn't actually matter. Too many lessons are stupid that you don't need to learn, but it happens. I think the biggest thing that's happened for me is that I've learned just how little anybody is out to help you. Just how little a lot of these people care. And really, it's taught me how little you have reason for trusting anyone. Or just allowing people to have anything to do with you without them benefiting you directly. This has taught me way too much on that front of things, without a doubt. It has just taught me the necessity in having no mercy.
Once mastery of the mineral realm has been achieved, one may bring about the true
Against the disregard of others.
Imagine the ability to manipulate.
So anyway, I guess we'll figure it out. I guess we're gonna find out if I can actually get my channel anywhere. Part of me thinks that this current channel, all of my channels that are connected to this one, because I made 4 channels overall for specific purposes, but part of me really believes that yeah. Huh. Interesting. Well. Oh, man. Crazy. Well, I think I know what I have to do. And the ways that I'm going to have to correct my channel, air quotes on correct, the way that I'm going to have to adapt to the nonsense. I think that I've gone through enough to know, I suppose. Whoopsies on this. I was supposed to bind. Oops. Well, I guess we're gonna see what happens then. I guess whatever it takes to get my channel back on track and all that. We're gonna find out. Alright, we finally got Arcanium Ore and Fireforge. Finally. I feel like I shouldn't have this one. This city. It just feels wrong. The way that it is. Let's see this though. I am interested. I'm gonna rush these. And then... Oh, well. Never mind. Yeah, anyways, man, so, yeah, I mean, I just... We're gonna have to figure it out. We're gonna have to see what happens. And, I'm gonna have to apply myself, I suppose, to all this nonsense. I'm so frustrated beyond belief, and maybe doing all this can fix shadow banning again, though. I mean, I think that once you're shadow banned, your channel's just done. I don't think that there's a way to really usurp shadow banning itself. So I don't know, man. Fucking hell. I don't know. It's so bad. I'm not gonna try it for long, though. Whichever way I choose to go about all this, I'm not gonna go about it for long. I mean, it's like either it works or it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work out, then just screw it, right? I'm not gonna be stressing myself too hard. And maybe there's no way to get around this and my channel's just dead. Right? And maybe I'll just never be able to make any of this work. So... quite honestly, this is just the final stretch for me. I have very little tolerance for this at this point now. Oh, that was the oh, I forgot about that. Okay. It's gonna be very interesting to see where it goes. It's gonna be very interesting to see whether or not I can actually make a dent in this whole problem I have. It's gonna be interesting to see if I have any success at all in overcoming the shadow banning. If I'm capable of doing it, it's going to be a pretty big deal. Overcoming the shadow banning is just it's something that I don't think that you can. I don't think they want to allow you to be able to do that, but I'm going to try. We'll see how that goes. Interesting track that's playing. Very similar to one of the existing tracks, but they just made it slightly different for the DLC. Where does this go? Ooh. Okay. I need to make another army here. The amount of torture that it's been going throughout all this time, fighting against the shadow banning, fighting against the difficulty to build a channel. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of pain that this nonsense has been. And again, for no good reason, It's just because a bunch of liberals at YouTube, they're drunk on power, and they are suppressing conservative ways of thinking, thought, and they do everything in their power to completely choke out your outreach. And it's so that they can enforce globalism. In the end, that's the purpose of it. And sadly, nobody's doing anything about that either. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to be binding this. I wonder how it's going to work out. We're also going to be getting another hero. I am definitely down on cities I should be using. Or no, not cities. I'm down on... One of my heroes doesn't have an army. Like, what the heck? Finally binding here. I look forward to that. And it looks like they're really trying to take this out. How frustrating. Can I really do it with one army? I think that's kind of stupid. I find it interesting that the dragons, they don't really want to go to war with me. Very reluctant. That is definitely interesting. Okay, so where should I go with this guy? Down here's not a bad idea. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess. Whatever. I should have been building more units for more armies much sooner. I was totally ignoring that. Man, dude, you have no idea what it felt like when my channel was not suppressed. Night and day. So different back then. So crazy to think about how different it all became. And of course, we're so far removed from the time that everything changed that... I mean, geez. It's almost like I've forgotten what it feels like to have a normal channel. I always thought that I could outwork the problem. And I look back on it and it's like, have I ever outworked the issue? And the answer is no. You know, to this day, I can't even get 10 subscribers a week. I come out with so many videos daily. Nothing, man. It's just not worth it. I hate that I grabbed a freaking halfling. I wish I could do a race change on this freaking character. It's gonna be so weird. It's gonna be so weird, man. It's gonna be so effing weird. Like, what the frick? Having to change who I am just so that I'm not shadow banned. Golly. But anyone that has a channel today, the only way that they have a channel is by method of avoiding shadow banning for a while. And then there comes a point where they ride that line and then they get axed. And you know, there's a lot of people that YouTube was not paying attention to. Types of people that YouTube was not paying attention to. And then around the time of 2022, they changed a lot of their censorship. Specifically calling out anything having to do with women. They've gotten a lot tighter on that stuff too. Which is so ridiculous, and it's so nebulous. It's like, how do you make sense of that? But you don't. You know, calling out women and what they are and their bad behavior, legitimately bad behavior for civilization. YouTube tries to hit you for, hate speech and all kinds of other nonsense. It's so freaking stupid. You know, people are so petty when they sit there and they say stuff like, oh, Trump was a lie and all this stuff. Like, oh, you know, we thought that Trump was going to be this and that, blah, blah, blah. So many people are petty with that stuff because they have these like weird expectations that Trump never made a promise for. But they were like, well, I specifically voted for Trump for this really specific reason. And he's not doing the really specific thing that I wanted. And so screw him. He's a lion. And he you know, and he should perish is what they say. And it's just like, dude, like, it's so ridiculous. You voting for Trump has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with the country. And there are people, let's just face it, they're so wildly narcissistic that they really think and believe that who they vote for has everything to do with them. And no, it has a lot more to do with a lot of people beyond you. And they can't think beyond themselves. A lot of those people happen to be black, by the way. So anyways. Retards, as we like to call them. But, you know, man. It's fascinating to me because the only thing that you can truly say that Trump was a lie upon is the fact that we were expecting for him non-hero, that sucks. We were expecting something to change about narratives and communication about politics and what's happening on the global stage. And what does all that mean? It means freedom of speech. And instead, we don't have any access to freedom of speech. Instead, we're completely censored, and freedom of speech never did go anywhere. You know, if you don't want to be a retard and you want to say something that's true and correct, Trump is a lie, so much as we thought that things were going to change underneath him and that we were actually going to have something like freedom of speech. And instead, we're still censored, and instead we're not able and allowed to speak our minds, and only the left can speak their mind. That's what we're living through still to this day. There's no future in a country like that. To live in a country where only one political party has their voice. That's not legitimate. Wow, laggy. Yeah, that guy was a ritualist. But that's where we're at, man. I mean, we don't have freedom of speech. Trump was a lie, as far as that is concerned. And it's so saddening for what it is. What does an Eldritch do? I see. I think getting an Eldritch is definitely a good move. So many dragons in here. Ooh, that's right. I did have these guys. This guy was an elementalist, huh? He was a wizard. Now he's an elementalist. And then this guy, Battle Saint. I'm definitely doing an Eldritch. Can't believe they made these guys more expensive to get. So what is this guy like? What do I have for him? Oh, he gets a bunch of my other? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that bit. Wow, that's a long time ago. Jeez. Wow, that's a long time ago. Jeez. I think in the end, we're going to go through the Trump presidency, though. And we're not going to get what we need and what we want. Or not I mean, yeah, what we want. But again, what we need. It's so important. What we need. Without freedom of speech, do you have a future? Do you have a country? The answer is obviously no. So what do you do? You have to have freedom of speech, but that is something which is fleeting to us extensively and extensively across time. And with the inability to speak for yourself, you will only know a torturous future. Okay, so we can get this. Purging strikes and lightning. Okay. So what was one of the ones I wanted to do? I think the chain was kind of cool. I don't know. What do I want to grab here? I mean, one of these, I could do the fire. That spreads a lot of damage. Could also do the snipe. I was thinking about that a few times. That is a good one, honestly. I could do that. I did really want to try it out. So I guess we're doing it. It's going to be really powerful. Yeah, this is going to be a crazy build. And then after that, we do need to go for Phantasmal, but I don't think we're going to be able to really grab it right now. But yeah, I get some more of that damage. Yeah, this guy's going to hit like a freaking freight train. It's going to be insane. Look at that. I mean, that's a one shot right there. Focused evocation. Shoot. I can't wait to see that. Wow, he can really run far. Holy crap. So how expensive is grabbing another one of these guys? I mean, they really rose it in price. For one, they no longer give you a free one, I notice. 1,100. It's not impossible to grab that, but that is unfortunate. But, you know, I guess I could just, in future playthroughs, I could just really try to focus out for a lot more of those heroes, because they're really good. It does suck that I have so many ritualists. They're really not that powerful. Whether they're a healer, you go damage dealer, they really do suck. All right, well, looks good to me. We are slowly carving through the map. Getting Desolations of Magic would be really nice. I've gone 221 turns without it. You know what's crazy though for me? So much on top of everything else, obviously. But you know, so much of all my agony, it really did just simply begin when I first got dealt with all this shadow banning. It's just so crazy because I went from getting thousands of views per video and all that. I was doing really well. It felt like for a time that everything I touched, I don't really like saying it this way, but it's, I mean, you know, it's the way it felt, regardless of anything, so it felt like everything I touched was turning into gold. And it's not, that's not the exact idea, but it just felt like I was able to talk about just different stuff. And that's, I mean, that's realistically what a channel's supposed to be. But yeah, it just felt like I could have done anything, you know. And gotten good views and had a good performing channel. It just felt like things actually happened. And after all that time, you know, once I got shadow banned, it just feels like anything you do will not get you anywhere. You know, it really is fucked up of YouTube to do this. That because they disagree with you politically, they just decide to waste a bunch of your time. And they're like, oh, you should just sit around, waste a bunch of time, thinking that you're building a channel, but actually we're fucking you in the ass. Screw you. The fact that they so willingly waste your time is just... And you have to be the one to figure it out, what's going on. But they waste your time. It's just wrong. Nothing good about it. Oh, so is that what it is? So my bonus that I could have totally had earlier. All rulers may cast an additional spell. Well, so my bonus is given to everybody else. That's stupid, but okay. Oh, but I can cast spells for wicked cheap. Interesting. Okay. I do wish I did that earlier, I suppose. Aw, shoot. Nah. I want these guys to be more nimble. This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, since the time of early game, if you do not have the magical materials to build a bunch of items, I don't really know what true worth the item forge has when you don't have the materials to do anything with it. Just makes no sense. Alright, so we're going up against hammers, shields, glaive. Okay. We're gonna see what happens, man. You know, either I completely give up on all of this, or maybe I finally work my way around this and I get out of my shadow banning. I start building a... Okay, yeah, what's this? I get out of my shadow banning. I'm finally building a channel again. Maybe we can do it. We're gonna see. So, cursed by greed. What is this? Wow. That's huge. And again, when I think of anyone that actually has a channel right now today, we have to be honest with ourselves in saying that, okay, I mean, that person has a channel because they were building it before 2022. It was the year of 2022 that really hyperactivated YouTube to become so much more censorious than they already are. Now, with YouTube, there is an immense list that has grown of what they censor. And at this point, I mean, it's just anything close to conservative. Anything. And that is censored. Unless you hold... I don't know. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're just censored. It's just that simple. So this guy comes into... Oh. Well, I'm gonna do this, I guess. I do want to do this. I want to go into here. And I want to grab... Oops. Let's not do that. I want to grab maybe a bow. Maybe do something a little bit different with this. Crossbow though. Yeah, that is better. That is better. Amazing. There we go. That's gonna make my dude a lot better than he is right now. Oh wow, I can increase the cap. Pretty expensive to do that. Oh, I never grabbed all of this. Oh, shoot. And that's one of the biggest things that will happen when you get shadow banned. You will go from a mindset of I can make videos and people are watching into I can make videos and nobody's watching. That is how drastic it is. Censorship really hits hard. The shadow banning and all that. So why can I not take this province? It's literally connected to here. Okay, I think something's wrong. Something is wrong. I feel like it really should be allowing me. Okay. All right. So I think this is the final area over here. Yes, it is. So after that, we get the artifact. It's going to be interesting. I think, no. Where is this? Yeah, it is here. Yeah, I don't think that Giants DLC really added that much. Like, I think it's cool that we have these mega provinces. There's really not that many of them, though. Oh, but you know, on a large map, there's probably other ones there. So, I mean, they said that there was supposed to be a lot of them, but I keep on running into the same ones. So maybe it's tied to the size of the map. So we're going to try that out in the future. Hopefully I can actually get something out of it. We'll see. It's going to be a longer playthrough if I do large, but it's not going to take forever for a turn to end when I'm playing on simultaneous turns. Really? Are you for real? But I can say this. It really is coming to an end if I can't solve this, all of these issues. So it's going to be interesting to see if I can actually manage to change things. Will be interesting. Yeah, we are massively powerful. I wonder how well precognition does now that it's in my builds. And the oracles are really good units too. So they took this? I don't know about that. Spire of Binding. Wow. I think with this guy, I'm just gonna go and I need to start grabbing some more of this stuff down here. Like in here? Yeah, we can do that. I got that a while back. Couple of researches. It's a really good one to have. Along with Mending Touch and all that. Yeah, Soul Curse of Greed. I can tell this one's powerful. I can't do anything to them. Not good. Very bad. Oh dear gods. Shimon. I don't need it. The city's not all that for me. Alright, we're gonna clap their cheeks though. It's definitely over. Oh, actually, let me build an architect. Yeah. Oof. That's a lot of dudes. Shoot, son. We're gonna see how that goes. How powerful am I? That's the question. I imagine pretty strong. I mean, I could imagine that even just one army can take them. It's weak heroes. There's really no reason to get wrecked. Shoot, that's a tough fight. Yeah, it's really processing through a lot there. Wow. Look at how many of my dudes are here. That's crazy that he has so many of my armies coming after him. That's the benefit of having a bunch of... Oh. Wow, wow, wow. It's not... It's really not a difficult army, but... They had a lot going for them. It would have been a difficult army a little bit ago. Earlier in the run. Oh yeah, that's super powerful. Misfortune on everybody. Underrated spell. The AI loves it. It used to not. Wow, they're getting a lot of buffs over there. Exhilarating pollen is dog trash. Okay, so he's stacking. Got it. The AI is more intelligent, and I do appreciate that now. Having that. Okay, that's unnecessary. Those are bad spells. Why would you do that? That is interesting. They chose to hold the line. Really should have just used my fire spell a second time. Oh, yeah, that's a good way of getting rid of precognition. Wow. Wow. I think that astral attunement is actually pretty alright. A little bit stronger than I thought it was. That's a lot of damage. Really? Really? They're jerking each other off over there? Are you kidding me? There's so many overshields now. Precognition. Grace. Jeez Louise, I mean, I'm making my units so difficult to damage. Cascading power is also super good. Wait, what did I use? Really? Dude. Jeez, the AI is retarded with spells. Never using the best stuff. Whoa. That's a tanky biatch. It's a lot of damage. So much resistance. Where did we get that freaking golem? Dang, this is a crazy fight. It didn't really happen immediately. All of the victories I was looking for. Really? Twice? I love how they resist so many of those. I guess it makes sense in some way because there's so many status effects, but it is somewhat funny. It was a good combat. We did really well. Although I don't really think that my build is that powerful. It does feel like it's kind of weak. Just compared to my other playthroughs and those builds. Damage is definitely the way to not go, and tankiness is much better, because even with tankiness, you still get damage. It's going to be less, but throughout the majority of the playthrough, your units are going to be pretty difficult to fight. They're going to be pretty formidable for quite a while. Bro, how many plants are even in the game? Nobody selects the plant's major racial transformation. I mean, I even wondered to myself if they changed it. Alright, we're gonna chill here. Just gonna heal up and get my last unit. There's a couple of things I want to grab. I don't feel like Astral Mirror is good when you're super tanky. there's not going to be a lot of damage to reflect unless it's before the resistance and the defense is taken into account. Then I can see it being different there, but this is a good one to have. A really good one to have. There's a bunch of damage that is not in my builds. But really, I did like this one. But it's really situational. It's the only issue with it, but you know, astral attunement isn't super good. It's only okay. So there is that, but I mean, like, what really boosts my damage? It is animal kinship. So if I'm really trying to maximize my damage on my heroes, I can do a few things. There's so many options in here. There's so much I haven't taken yet. This is a really good one. I mean, we don't really need a lot of it anymore. It's actually kind of meaningless. I feel like these DLCs are making these older tomes less and less relevant. Because there's so much defensibility and also offensibility that's being stored within these dual tomes. You know, Tome of Cleansing Fire, it gives us a bunch of defense and attack. Virtuous Spirit, it's really just good for maintaining your units and maintaining their killing potential even despite losing health. You know, it's just like, I really think that stuff, like even tomes like Tome of Sanctuary, that really is not coming with anything that we actually need. There's just a bunch of these tomes that are not as good as they used to be. It really is the hybrid tomes. They're the ones that are winning out compared to everything else. I'm just going to do this. I want to get the damage.
It is the beasts that shall inherit the...
Yeah, this guy probably hits like a truck. It's interesting that I tried to go for the kind of build that I did go for. I don't think it's actually really that necessary. Oh, I want to see the difference here. Yeah, slightly tankier on my own units. We have too many of these armies now defending me. That is a problem. How much do I have here? My vassals are barely making anything for me. That's bad. Jeez. That's so weird that they're barely making me much in knowledge. The main cities are still the ones making all of it. And it makes sense. I mean, it is cut in half, but still. Still matters. Simultaneous turns are such a big deal. It really is nice to have. I want to see if this guy gets a one-shot, even at this level. I imagine that he can. We're gonna see. I think I'm gonna do my next playthrough picking up a lot more of those hybrid tomes right out the gate. There's too much that they jam pack into those tomes that's just so, it's so powerful. You get a lot of defensibility, you get a lot of damage. It just works in so many ways. We are so tanky. I honestly think that those tomes are probably better than anything else that you could be picking up. I feel like all the older tomes are just now outdated. I mean, getting more resistance and defense, it's never going to be bad, but I don't think it's all that. Because you gotta think about it, like Tome of the Famist, if you're sitting in shrubbery, you're getting stuff like regeneration, bolstered defense, and you also get that spell Lingering Mist, and that's a big deal. So you can just create your own shrubbery, technically speaking. Man, this build is insane. So he didn't do his snipe. Unfortunate. Animal kinship is going to be so huge for more damage. Yeah, see, like, if I have more defense, stuff like that's not a problem. I don't lose units even though we're still crushing them. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. They made so many good tomes for the game now. It makes it very difficult. To really make a good selection. There's so many tomes to ignore. That's the definite truth. So many to ignore. Where's this guy going? Where's he supposed to go? What was I gonna do with you? Weird. I guess go over here. Oh, I was gonna link up the armies with... Yeah. What's this? That's new. It's not new. But it's always seemed pretty good. Roving furnace. I have not seen that unit in a while. I used to see that all the time. That is weird. I'm just gonna use this. Who cares? Really good spell though. Prosperity Dragon. I just feel like this guy's cool to have around. It's been a while since I've used him. Even though I don't really think he's that strong, but it's just cool to have around. Alright, we're going in for the kill. Kinda willing to have some more of these magical units. Unless maybe a dragon. You know, they buffed dragons so long ago, and I just stopped using them. Oh yeah. Ooh. We got some good stuff in here to use. You know, I do think it's interesting looking back on my channel because I never really felt like I truly had an audience at really any point in time. The only time I felt like I had an audience was at the beginning. I actually had some people that were showing up pretty consistently, but man, did that dissipate fast. Weird to think back on it. Oh wow, that's really good. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I think the Elementalist is a cool hero. I think it does a lot of damage on its own without like anything extra being applied to it. I think that's really cool. Oh my. Is there no easy way to do this? OMFing dog. The lagginess, the unnecessary lagginess. Yeah, this guy's really stupid. Like, having on Big PP gonna break wife, having on him the rock element is so stupid because he ends up throwing rocks. Oh really, that's what he has? Wait, where'd he get that from? That's his ascension? Oh, I should cancel him out. I don't want to be using him. Not necessary. A sorcerer? Gotta build more units. I really want to see what getting these artifacts does. I've never really done it. Oh, and the Fallen Angel. I really want to do that too. I've never really used that unit or Astra. It would be cool to actually do it in one of these playthroughs. We didn't really have the chance to do it in this one, but in the next one we can definitely do that. The next one's going to be insane, to say the least. It's going to be on a large map. There's going to be a lot of chaos as well. I look forward to it. Wow, look how frozen everything is. It's crazy. It's kind of cool to look at. I like it. The terraforming looks nice. Once everything's frozen over. It's kind of cool. It really hasn't worked here. I don't really know what to think about that. Oh my. Seems pretty cool to have. It's interesting that these other guys have not declared a war on me. And they've been really ducking their heads down. Quite a bit. I remember I used to bother with this. That's so funny. I don't do anything like that anymore. Nothing having to do with diplomacy. Crazy how different my playstyle has changed dramatically. That's more for roleplay, let's just be honest. Wow, finally on that? That's crazy. Heavily lacking. Wow. Yeah, a good number of these are making quite a bit on their own. I think that there was probably a better way to do this playthrough. You know, like one of the biggest things is that my cities were not able to expand a full amount in territory. So that limits a lot of what I could have built when it comes down to research and whatnot. Okay, so we finally finished it. Let's see. That's a woman. That's supposed to be a woman. These developers, bro. You don't know what a freaking woman looks like. Fascinating. Let's try this out. Interesting. Who is this? Get rid of my ranger? So, that's interesting. I can make for myself an ally. Or I can have the traitor king. Gonna try it out. Let's see how it goes. What the F? A ritualist dog. Nah. Really? Oh man. How dare you? That's the best you got? Really? That's what I traded it for? What a disappointment, man. Yeah, the personal ally was a better one. Would have been interesting. Interesting. I don't really know what to do there. Okay. I think that the Eldritch Sovereign is really cool. And probably better. Probably pretty good as an elementalist. Unfortunate. He was wandering off. Yeah. Winning this is going to be interesting. There's a couple of things I could do. I could bind 2 Golden Wonders. I don't even really have that many. Yeah, very limited. Wow. Oh man. Yeah, I'm getting pretty spent right now. Oh dear God, this is enough here. Wow. We've been going, I would say, a long enough time on this. After this, we're gonna go into no commentary. I think, by the way, I think I'm starting to really like the Elementalist. I don't think the Warlock is as good as I thought. I don't think the Warlock is bad. I just think that's kind of a more up in the air. Is it really that strong? Hex is definitely the way to go on it, but past the hexing, I don't really think it's that good. So I think that Death Knight, Elementalist, Warrior, Defender, Ranger is more of a B tier. Battle Saint is actually pretty alright. Maybe even top tier when using Smite. Yeah, I would say all of that's pretty good right there. Those are the best ones. Battle Saint, Death Knight, Warrior, Defender, Elementalist. Wow. Definitely not human anymore. Those guys have gone through a lot of transformations. Alright, I do forget whether or not I mentioned this, but yeah, we're gonna go into no commentary here. And I'm going to do everything in my power to finish this run. Once we're finished, we're gonna be heading into the next one, where I plan on doing quite a few things. I plan on going heavier into tankiness, and it should be pretty interesting. So, I look forward to all that. Let's see what we get here. We're gonna do revelry.
Nothing instills more doubt in an enemy than a...
Oh, don't do that. Alright. No commentary.
Necromancers are the greatest healers of all, as they have...
Alright. We're back. Okay. So we won. That took forever. I have no idea where we were at the last time I was talking. But I chose to go into no commentary. But regardless, it was a pretty fun playthrough. I don't think it's what I wanted it to be. The glass cannon builds. I just don't think it was really that great, but I do think that our research really saved us, and it just helped us really get ahead, honestly. This guy is a what? This guy's a warlock? You know, okay. I think I learned something here. One second. So I think I learned something here. So I think I learned this about the warlock. I think that the warlock is really not that powerful. The warlock is more about debuffing an enemy, a select enemy, rather than doing a lot of damage. Now, the debuffing of an enemy is more for the early game, let's just face it. It's more to weaken really strong high tier units. That's really what it's for. Or just really really strong units. It's just a way to embrittle them and make it so that you have an easier time taking them off the map, right? So it's good for that. It's good for trying to shut down an enemy hero. Now the issue is, it's really not that strong, you know? And that's the issue. And I'm not really that impressed by using it. I don't really think that it was worth having in the end. If I'm being completely honest about this, I just think that the warlock is actually one of the lesser tier heroes, just because, like, you can still glass a warlock, and like it's a cool little gaff, and also you can make one of your allies stronger and give them lifesteal, but it doesn't mean that much if we're being honest. I mean, I can see ways of it being nice, but let's just be honest, it's really not that impressive. So for me, I find that what is much more powerful is using the Elementalist. The Elementalist does a bunch of damage. You know, one-shotting an enemy is better than enfeebling them, and maybe it takes you 2 turns to kill them, right? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, would I rather an enemy be nearly killed, or just outright one-shot, or would I rather embrittle them and then it takes like 3-4 turns to get a kill? Which one would I rather? And it's so clear that you would prefer to get some easy, fast kills, you know? It just makes more sense. It makes more impact. And you know, that's all this game really is by the end of it. And it's so hard because, like, you wish that this game was a little bit deeper. And I always knew it was kind of like this, but like, the game really is about the numbers. It's about resistance, and it's about damage, and that's it. All the extra stuff, insanity, decaying, whatever, all the extra little effects on enemies, you know, it just doesn't matter. And like, maybe the research is cranked up too high for me. Maybe that's part of the reason why I feel like it's underwhelming. I can't tell. I really can't tell. But what I do find is that I'm just not impressed, you know, by the warlock. I think that the Elementalist, without a doubt, is stronger. It's better. Now, maybe if you can't get a max level hero, then the warlock is probably better. you know, because like I do my playthroughs where I get a lot of research, I have the research rate cranked up, and then also I do my playthroughs in which my heroes have resurgence, so that makes the game easier. Now, the way that they intended the game to be played is that you don't have resurgence on your heroes. If they die, they die. Okay. So then it makes it harder to get to level 20. Okay. I mean, I still think that there's better heroes to make, let's just be honest, but I get it. I get it. And then outside of that, it's also intended to be that getting research takes longer. So if it's supposed to take longer to get research, then I can understand that, you know, for me, in the way that I play these playthroughs, I really make it to where I get a lot of research, I get a lot of overgrowth in my stats after a certain point just because of how much research I have. And I eventually get to a point where I snowball the map, right? I have these heroes that effectively they just can't actually die. And also I do save scum. I mean, like, I do things to make these playthroughs easier on myself, right? And like, it just makes the game more fun, but it, of course it takes away from the difficulty of playing the game, right? So I can see it from different perspectives. I mean, maybe, you know, I enjoy playing the game this way, but I think at some point I should really try to embrace more difficulty, but I'm already embracing a lot of difficulty with the game. So, you know, the beginning of the playthrough was really difficult, and then it got easy as it usually does towards the end, and that's just typically the way it goes. I can do a lot to make these playthroughs even more difficult than they are, and I'm kind of up in the air about that. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, but we're gonna find out on that. Yeah, so I guess I'll bring this guy into future playthroughs, maybe. I don't know. I think he was fun to play with. Yeah, so Elementalist. The Rock Giant King is supposed to be used with physical heroes, so melee. But we did the Storm and we did the Frost. That was pretty nice. So, anyways, that is the end here, and we are going to be jumping into the next playthrough right now.